Hello and good evening to everybody. Welcome back again and thank you for joining in one of the episodes for X4 on this channel. I hope everybody's doing okay and I hope everybody is in a good and safe place. So, I am today back continuing with the work on the salvage station. Previous episode I kind of ended on constructing a test setup in Hewa Twin 1 and kind of discovering the mechanics behind the salvage process. And one like distinct detail that I noted was that processing it took a while, and during that time the ship that delivers the salvage actually waits and does nothing. So somewhere in the previous episode I kind of got together that it's not really meant to be operated in more than one pilot per se, I think. In order to also have a bit of a better proposition, the tests resulted in a vague area of deployment around Hewa Twin 1. Sometimes the salvage crew could pick something up in the system adjacent to it, hop territory, and other times there was plenty of hours of just nothing to collect. And then somewhere in another system there suddenly, so for me there was also like a sign that I should not invest in salvaging there in Hewa Twin 1 primarily. It's not a stable source. So henceforward the salvage base got built, or I have to correct myself here. I am in the process of constructing it, so it's being built. Small difference. I would say let's get into the game and pick it up from there. I am looking forward, guys. I have to say this episode did not came out on Thursday but today on Friday, so I'm sorry for that. But on the other hand, a great benefit is that the next episode will be one day earlier. Probably because I always intend the Thursdays and I use the Fridays as a escape vector for when things are a bit different. And yeah, you know, the seasonal changes again going on. I can kind of notice that not only myself but also in other people. We are kind of mentally and innerly shifting towards dark hours, lots of cold probably, depending on where you are located on the earth. But that whole generic sequence of events definitely goes for me. That's how generic I live. Yeah, I've been kind of adjusting to that. Always every year I get caught off guard how that goes, right? It's like this mood you have like over yourself perhaps, or maybe not at all. But it always sneaks in. So I've been kind of adjusting myself, and gaming then helps a lot. So that's basically it. Today also I have no exact idea how long I can take it. I do know I am in a bit of a constraint because tomorrow I'm running also on a project, so I would say let's not waste much time further and take things from in the game world. So I hope you all got settled. I of course am. I have my smokes, I have my coffee. To prove that, let's get that first sip in, though it's not morning. First sip of the stream, always also the best one. So I have my foods, I have my snacks, everything is here. I am ready. I'm looking forward a lot. to just also come to terms just before starting the recording. I was thinking about it, like, am I now like going towards 1 year and a half or 2 years? Like, this game in a short period amount, or in a short amount of time, has really crept into my system, and I'm really happy that it's here, that it is so open and generous with its sandbox. It really, yeah, welcomes me home every time being here and doing my thing, discovering things and growing in game mechanics. So that's how deep the game is. Right, all set. Let's start off. I'm ready. I'm looking forward. Life is pleasant, that's peaceful. It's a transition that's troublesome. In truth. Lovely quote. I heard the rhymes of that one. Always puts a smile on my face. Especially, I must know that one already for like 2 decades. So. Right. Alright, let's get up, get some coffee in. There we go. Morning.
Awaiting orders.
Yeah, I forgot what orders I gave you, but... Morning, everybody. Yep. Station is probably in front of us. That's what I'm seeing there. Right at the middle of the screen cursor. Let's get some data in. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so it's on a timer indeed. I'll have to take a look in. Lamb build. Okay, let's see. So I'm gonna write a few things down. That's gonna help me along the line to keep this session today a bit structured. Let's see, I need a note thingy. So we are absolutely good on advanced electronics. I'm gonna add to the list. Oh, it's not one meant. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll need, let's see, switch over to calculator. 1751 minus 534. 1217.
Awaiting orders.
Let's see, 1217 Claytronics. And 3109 energy cells. Whoa, those maybe I can source them myself. Energy cells. And last but not least, we'll need a small amount. One of 33 hull parts. That's a small order to complete, actually. I don't know why in my head it kind of remained stuck that I needed to shift loads of parts. Check. Let's quickly have a look. If no, it's not possible. Need to go to plan build to have a kind of preview of what I am constructing. So also for myself, let's quickly recap the station. Basically I decided to go for a dual scrap processor due to the fact I did not know the mechanics of
orders.
station salvaging. That's the tuck indeed. I'll need to double check on them in a bit. So let me take this from the top. I decided to build multiple scrap storages in one location, also simply for the fact that I have multiple thugs. And as I said in the beginning, it seems the mechanic is that you operate one tug per scrap processor since it needs time after delivering the materials to process them. And so far the behavior I've seen from the pilots is that they remain in the vicinity of the processor. So this piece of space, Hewa Twin 5, has been also chosen strategically in the sense that I believe, and that's my modus operandi, otherwise I wouldn't be here, we found in this system a field of debris. So either we can interact with that field, or I can put the Teuton to work. That's the bigger of the two, and that one can make scrap cubes, and those scrap cubes can then again be processed by my thugs. So that's kind of been the reason behind it. And also in a way this is a test setup, right? So I don't know exactly after I build this if it's gonna work. That's one. And I also don't know what will be the ratio, right? Am I gonna just simply dry fish the region of salvage, or is there a consistency in there? It's like mining. I'll need to see what the
Awaiting orders.
what the actual amount of debris is and how that relates from figures to runs or time spending or lack of employment for the tugs. We'll need to check that out. So it is a bit of a project, this station. Right, so I'm back on topic. Hewa Twin 5. We are, let's see, 2 jumps away from Hewa Twin 1, so it is rewarding to definitely go back home in a bit and check if we can source some of the things there. Let's see, we have the scrap compactor, that one is still working. Scrap cubes, that one is also working. Yeah. I need you guys, I think, for a moment to just fly and wait. Check. That This thought has been bothering me for some episodes in the background. I haven't really talked about it, but I'm not sure if these scrap cubes despawn. And if they do, and yeah, now I remember we did talk about it, they might be despawning, and for that reason I might be foolish now to just keep printing scrap cubes, and then by the time the station is completed I kind of dry fish the area, right? So let's see, raw scrap indeed. It's the least of 3 assets here in the system. So I think I made a good choice for now. And now that the scrap processor isn't running, no, is it the compactor? We can actually have a better look if they actually really despawn, right? Because if the compactor is moving around, it's very hard to gauge if there's a real despawn going on. Okay, so that has been managed as well. Security wise, we have some gunboats securing the compactor. We even have a destroyer. So I am confident in leaving these guys do their thing, hang out. Do we have a builder? Yes, we have also a builder in the area. So what is maybe a better idea is to have these guys be kind of in the same vicinity, right? That makes sense, like strength in numbers. And with that action done, it'll be much easier for me to now start focusing on sourcing the materials. So quickly, let's do our thing, kind of enjoy as well the game, right? Not just be in the spreadsheets all the time. Wow. That's a miner operating there, that's for sure. Or somebody just flew into that rock. That's perhaps what truly is going on. Mining with grenades, they call it. I believe it's an old expression from Earth. Happy to have this ship in my fleet. Oh, it's a big boy. Still very slick. Love the design as well, though it's not Taladi. I definitely appreciate the interesting design. Pure function. There is no design. That's what I love about it. It's weirdly placed engines. There's a sphere, why not? Some poles sticking out. True utility to the core.
Awaiting orders.
Copy that. Think you all guys are in wonderful range of each other. So, I have no idea on which ship I am actually. Yeah, the utility ship, of course. Yeah, time to go home, guys. Leave this formation here as it is. Yeah, they are all on him. Check. Yeah, I should be able to quickly gauge the wares on the station. So Claytronics is a hit, but let's grab the list with numbers. I'm so happy I wrote that down. Yeah, exactly. I need 1217. So, energy cells 3109. Ouch, as well. And a 133 hull parts. I have 152. You know, I feel I want to leave these. No, let's collect them up because either I'm gonna cycle the stuff and keep storages, even if it's the build storage for now, but these are low numbers. Let's just clear them, just make good use of the components I already have. Money still works that you spend it wisely. So let's order our pilots for an immediate wear exchange. Oh. Yeah, I might wanna check my selection, dude. Fleet. There we go. Okay, energy cells. I'm already rocking quite a few, so that's fortunate. And hull parts 152. Check. Alright, mission has been confirmed, so I can see visually we are moving. Let's take some separation from the desk. And I probably might even go up the side with my coffee. Yeah, let's do that. We might catch a good glimpse departing. Yo! Not even looking at my own ships, but this is nice. Well done, X4. Every time you give me that fix. Oh, hey, that must be our compactor. Yeah. Not bad of a glow as well. It'll be interesting to see the dynamics when the station is done. Like, it's a fairly small station, so the space should quite work out as a background, a backdrop. Might be really beautiful, might not. Really depends on placement, and I of course have not spent much time on that. Kind of came into the system, stayed on the plane, chose a nice spot where I thought like this is a good spot for operating and moving through the gate, and that's it, build a station. But look at this silhouette there, like these kinds of approaches, having the station maybe sit in such a silhouette when you approach, things like that can be really beautiful as well. So the lucky thing is, at the moment, I'm not even sure if I ordered the new station manager there to accept goods from other stations. Of course, I can go into the map and check that, but it's not important because going back to Hewa Twin 1, I'm picking up these goods for 0 credits. So even if the station manager accepts vessels from other parties, I'm still not making a loss on this transfer of wares. And of course I'm not selling anyhow.
Entering Hewa's Twin 3.
This is just an internal move of goods, you can say. What does a day even mean when you're in a station, seeing the planet probably rotate every 90 minutes or so? Well, not 90 minutes. Well, at least you can see it become night and day on the surface of Earth. So at least you have a bit of an understanding. And you have experience in the feel what it is to feel evening and day, so I guess your brain could vibe a bit on that for a while. Yeah, beautiful. I actually never paid attention if there's rotation of planet bodies in this game. Not sure, I don't think so. Because most of the bodies I think I'm seeing are part of the backdrop, especially the big giants and the stars. And I think these might also be as such no, or yeah, no, and we're moving at the moment, it's a bit hard to say. Small details, small details. Alright, let me quickly check. Thing, recording. Enough hard drive space, sounds are coming through. Thank you for your patience, guys. Yeah, I've seen enough.
Entering Hewa's Twin 1.
Man, I love this ship, the utility ship. I imagine most people choose like the destroyer or some other carrier as their main ship, but yeah, I've been in infrastructure quite some time, so I'm minded like that. When I want to get things done, I think about processes, I think about equipment, I think about techniques to get things done. So that is my kind of way to approach things. Now that utility ships works perfectly. Fix the smaller crafts, haul cargo. It's not that of a slow ship. It is a slow ship, but to be honest, for just a few systems here, just a few systems there, it's okay. And otherwise, you just need to be more on the planning, more on the navigation towards where you're gonna be, and you just coast along with it. I don't really count speed as the main thing. The quicker you move, the more things you skip. Also, there's that. When you're just kind of riding along in the flow, things might actually get your attention. And also you have a bit of more time to respond in sometimes. Especially with situations you are the external factor, right? You're just observing. You can decide to disappear, you can decide to eavesdrop, you can decide to strategically position yourself. But yeah, it is weak as paper. It's wet paper. So it does need sorry. It does need some protection though. Yeah. Do you think that planets as these that we just saw, that ringed body, those are more of like static backdrop pictures? Think. Hmm. They're not pictures, no, but not all of them. Yeah, maybe it's like a ringed Earth-like. It looks to have water. There it is, Hewa 2-in-1. And with the appendix sticking out of it, the scrap processor, which I think will be demolished soon. Might actually, if I would have done that right now, could have picked up those surplus of materials also. Oh well. The captain is good busy, so I don't wanna mess up his flow, make him stop again, just for a very small dose of goods. And with the whole fleet we have, I can always just ask one of the pilots to come chase us down and deliver them, so why bother? Yeah, beautiful. We have a bit of everything. We have our medium lead ship. We have the gunboats, and we have a trader. Perfect.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted. You may stand. Scan complete. Ignition profit started. Of course.
Yeah, one of them is at work. Probably waiting till he can access the scrap processor again. Yeah, I'll skip checking that all out. I'll probably come back to that once the station is constructed in 5. That makes more sense. Also, I'm kinda surprised to see that Albatross over here. Kinda makes me wonder if I set an order but he's still like waiting for me to verify that order, or if that's an other Albatross, or is he not moving because the goods are not even present? Like, so many questions. And I do think the latter, so probably if the station is out of goods, he doesn't even move. Or it's simply not ours, that might be as well the case. Man, couldn't have asked for a better beginning of the session today. It's calm, peaceful, able to do my thing, get back to grips a bit. Get back to grips. I think episode 96, 95, 94, those were a bit of my pre-recordings that I did. Because I knew I needed some time. So yeah, I think for at least 3 episodes I haven't been in the universe. That always kind of amps me up to get back into it, and when I get back into it, it's like this dopamine release. But yeah, kind of nice to have that peace. I know I work hard for it as well, because back in the days in starting out this playthrough, just flying 1 or 2 ships, boats, either medium or small, that was quite intense. You always had to be sharp. Now we're just kind of cruising along on the big boats. We react passively to things happening to us because, yeah, we're thick-skinned anyhow now. Unless we come upon a war fleet that's, you know, set to kill, then we're good. That's worth something, I guess. Let's have a look what is going on. Looks like we're as good as there. Build storage. Don't see it here depicted separately, but probably exactly where the lead ship is. Yeah, this is our Albatross Vanguard. So let me quickly check. Plan builds, configure station. Assign a builder. Yeah, might have decided to wait with that myself. That's probably the thing. Why it's still out here. But that's okay, it can accompany us as well. Let's check that the check. Yeah, let's check that the transfer process goes well, but I have all faith in Hilibis.
Hello. Greetings.
So let's prepare my list. I'll need to be updating that in a sec. After we complete the transfer, I can work with some new numbers. I don't have to update it if I just keep it the way it is. I can just view. Check where transfer in progress. Thank you, Hilibis. I probably should just call him the Hill.
Seen unspotted.
Right.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Copy that. Stand by for new orders.
Can I help?
Sorry mate, can you move please?
Goodbye.
So that was the build storage. Quickly check the normal storage. There we go. So Claytronics, hull parts. mentioned. Electronics, check. Yeah, let's quickly pick that up as well. So I have a new order for my captain. Let's do a ware transfer with station. We're gonna confiscate all of the claytronics. Energy cells, let's leave them. Hull parts, definitely gonna go for that. Let's prep the worksheet for after this transfer. So I need to focus on claytronics, I need to focus on all parts. And I will need to focus on energy cells. Oh wait, this did not work. So again, claytronics, hull parts and energy cells. Check. So 114 sold. Let's look at the bath. All parts mainly 156. 121. Yeah, I don't even want to go that far out. I'm not gonna make a big issue out of it. I think I'm just gonna source it as local as possible. It's quite a lack of it actually. Like either strategically being hit or there's just not a big focus on it. I was looking in the wrong tab as well. Numbers are also quite low. 733. Okay, that's a good one. Should be next door. Ah, looking wrong again. 208. Alright, let's focus on our Argon partners. I think it's not a strategical hit. I think the Stellaris are not focused on hull parts. Or maybe it's a hit, I don't know. Because they do sell it, but it's out of stock. So probably there's disruption in the chain somewhere. That might be what's going on. Argon space 66. You got to have to be choking me. Uh-huh. Claytronics, is that easier to score? Yes. 1875. Scroll a bit down. Open market. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna go there myself. So in order to find out what is the best course of action, let's first start with reviewing how much we still need. So Claytronics sits at 262. So at least 955 more. Since I don't have mediums, I'll have to send out a large. However, those are engaged. Check. The carrier though. Oh. Yeah, that should be able to hold something. It's already routed into my formation, so it will return to my position after each task it fulfills. So I don't think it's a bad idea to send it out and from there start looking for the other materials. Check. Don't think he has the trade software installed, does he? No, doesn't seem to be a problem if he doesn't. So Claytronics, we need 955. I actually type that in, not here at least. I can do that here as such. Confirm. Whoa, all parts. Okay. So I need 133 in total. Okay, I need to write that down. So we're gonna go for 955. And let's see, we need a total of 133 hull parts. Currently I'm sitting on 152, so that's check. And energy cells. Let's check if open market can. So it's basically a one-stop shop for me. For the carrier, I should say. So to have you trade with Electronics. And hull parts. We're good. So energy cells 3109. Uh-huh. Okay, scrap that for now then. Alright, safe travels. Alright. Got it, got it. Energy cells 10. Low amount, still 11. It's a good starting point. It's probably branch 9. Hmm.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't feel like ripping the assets. They're doing their thing. They're generating passive income, so just want to leave that be. Truth of the matter, the carrier simply cannot hold more, and there is a better price somewhere else. However, I'm definitely not going up there in a utility ship, so that means then I'll need to wait till the carrier is available again and do a second run. So what I'll do, it's now scheduled to pick up first load of goods. I'll make it so that it immediately drops them off. Check. In the meantime, I'm also almost full, so it is wise to offload that same. Smart chips. Keep them. I don't know, by the way. Let's quickly. Nah, don't just finish this. Keep them for now. We can always do another wire transfer. Check. So what I wanted to see is if smart chips are being used frequently more by the station. Oh, doesn't look like I have them in my build storage by default, so it doesn't really need to be added to the storage of the scrap processor plant. Okay, things have been set in motion. It's good. So, the carrier is on its way and we are scheduled? Or are we already moving? Tell the difference, to be honest.
Hello. Greetings.
I'm not sure what we've... Yeah, looking at how it is situated, I think it's glitching. It's already busy with a critical maneuver, so I think it's just glitching. So let's check up on the carrier in the meantime. Yeah, making progress. I do think the calm and peaceful is over now. Looking at what's going on at the moment.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
You know, scale-wise, it shouldn't be that both ships stopped at collision. I think if we would just like translate mass, I think that ship would have been now flying backwards with us. I think we're a bit bigger than he is. Yeah, we'll let just these things happen. I'll be glad if today's session we have all our ships and we have probably a brand new station done. Like, that would be awesome. Don't think I should ask for much more today. Let's just be humble. Yes, just keep feeding me these beautiful images. That's good. Yeah, you hate to see it happen. Readjustments always cost some time. Alright, let's check up on ourselves. Yeah, we are definitely dealing with glitch. It'll resolve on its own, but I always do double check that I am not having some command running that might be interfering, right? So here I can definitely see it's already trying to undock, so there's definitely nothing I did wrong. And then it's scheduled to do the wear exchange. Critical orders, I can't remove them, so I think there are two options. You just restart or you just sit it out. And I hate breaking my immersion, so let's stay in. There is a problem, needs to be solved. That's how I see it in game. Happens in real life as well. That's also quite a formation. Definitely smaller, so branch 9 has difficulty catching up to them.
Navigation. Prepare to dock.
Acknowledged. Requesting
We are moving.
Docking permission granted.
Prepare this shit to dock. That's what I heard. Prepare this shit to dock. Oh. Right. So how do we feel sounding 14 captains to their possible death over some energy cells? You know, I might just do this calmly, just first ask them to do the journey there. Or just send them out one by one, like I usually do. That's not a bad idea as well. First thing I need to do is update my list. Let's see, one of the WA exchanges should be energy cells. So that I need to subtract from the 3000s and something. So 3109. So I only need 1306. 1006 energy cells. List has been updated. So I don't think I even need all of them. So I would say let's start working. Alright, what system is this? Black Hole Sun 4.
hello. Greetings.
Check. Looking at the wrong list again. I'm in good shape today, am I? But in doing so, might have found even a better deal. So this is Memory of Prophet.
sir.
8. What? That's all it took? Must be joking me. Let's see. 1306. Confirm. Okay. I truly underestimated the capacity of the smaller vessels by far. Of course, what I also underestimated is that hull parts and claytronics are probably physically bigger products. So, of course, they fill up the carrier or the utility ship way quick. Good reminder, this transaction. And sorry for the coughing back then there, this also kind of crept up on me before I could even mute the mic, it was already happening. I had my hands over the calculator, had the coffee in between me and the keyboard. It's like one wrong move and I can wreck the whole session for the rest of the evening. So I just had to go through there. Okay, I'm a bit surprised again by how easier things went, although I was making some mistakes and catching on to them, correcting them, kind of hating myself for being like that. But in the end, practice is key, right? The more I practice this, the more I'll become accustomed and be responding on reflex instead of now. Everything is just like a thought process continuously. Right, what am I doing? Right, how is it being done? Okay, which assets do I have? Alright, what's the situation over there? Okay, like, you know, it's a whole, like, this chain of steps, like a flight checklist before I make a decision. And the only way you can change that is by keep sinking in the hours. Practice. I think I remember with the first playthrough, you know, I was just flying to stations, making mistakes and reading things wrong. And by the time you got there and you docked, you discovered that, yeah, you came all the way for nothing. So being more attentive, and I already noted that, like, hey, this is a thing. With the second playthrough, I definitely kind of decided to be on the flow, right? If you're on the flow, you take time to process things, you catch more. And yeah, that kind of helps me not to waste my time, especially with these bigger ships and the formations and whatnot, to make wrong moves. It's always never wrong to make a mistake, but it's even better if you take a step slower and think through the whole process before you even go. That's, by the way, a tip from a guy who forgot his house keys today and had to ring his housemates to get the door open. So take whatever you like, right? Oh. So, also another reason why this episode is on Friday and not on Thursday. Things were kind of set.
The ship will be undocking soon.
I was kind of outside of the set. Kind of needed keys for that. Alright. Alright, things are rolling as we spoke about, so just gonna check what's exactly gonna happen here, because I think we're now commencing with only the second of 3 transfers. So if you remember, the first transfer was with the build storage. The build storage then led us to complete further transfers with the station itself, which we're now hopefully departing from without glitching. And now we're moving towards what I suspect, but I need to double check that. Leave the console immediately. Fine. Let's see. E-chip. Information, behavior. Yeah, we're still doing WAG exchanges indeed in Eva Twin 5. Check. Right. So, sorry a bit guys if you expected a bit more planning and action and things happening. I'm actually glad that when the opportunity came with the scrap station, you know, I was at my best as I could be. Spend money a bit too much on the tugs, but hey, at least now I don't have a problem, you know, creating these test beds. And also, you know, the first experience with the whole process of setting up a processing station, linking everything together, watching it all happen. I did that like binge recording. I was so into that. I recorded it like recording, sleeping, again waking up, recording, sleeping, waking up, recording, sleeping. I was just like, I need to get my head into this. I need to wrap my head around it. I need to figure out something new again, like finally, and all good. But then I become the person who needs to realize, alright, you've now kind of info dumped yourself. So there needs to be this point where you stop. Because knowledge is one thing, but experience is another thing. So glad I caught up on the knowledge side of the whole scrapping. I figured out by reading in-game through the lore and through information in the encyclopedia what I initially kind of was looking at and how vaguely the structure is kind of made up. Then I found out where I could actually buy all of that gear. Then I made sure I prepped my resources, my assets, everything for that transfer, that acquiring of those tools. And then I set up like checking everything out steadily. You know, that whole process is now gonna carry into the future episodes for this playthrough, and it will help me to make like tactically good moves, right? Even if it's in trade, it's still tactical, it's still strategy. The sooner I know how it operates, how it ticks, what its weakness is, and how much we make of it, how much we can use of all of the processed scrap for our own production. That is information, that is key, that is experience. Alright, so that's the other side. What I'm now working through these series, basically from 96, and now it's gonna carry over to 97, probably 98, maybe even 99. Like, I can't brute force this, I just need to go through it as game speed allows me to. So for one thing, I am happy because that kind of keeps me in game, right? This immersive world. Just look at it. Why would you want to do something else? Yeah, I'm anti-seed, as you can hear. No CEDA for me. No CEDA drives. No teleporting. Nah, 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 nah. That's heresy tech. Yeah, but no, coming back to that, so yeah, I am so glad that this option is there to actually feel and immerse how it is to imagine how in the future they would do that. How these process, that linking, the software, the dangers, you know, it's just so broad and diverse. Yeah, you got to slowly walk into these things to truly understand and benefit again, right? Okay, he has the energy cells. System looks peaceful enough, so let's have him work his way over. Make the delivery as well. Storage. Double check for myself that I'm also indeed trading with the build storage set, and we might just as well check that for the carrier. Good behavior on my part. Yeah, build storage. Everybody's running clean orders. Now that looks quite better. On the move. So funny how steady things go. as soon as I get rid of the desk and I just stand, look out the window, just look at the feeds, I'm like, wait, what was I doing again? Oh yeah, we were picking up cargo for the station, and it's like, wow, time is such a weird thing indeed. Does crazy stuff with your head. On one hand, every time we reach a destination, there's this reflex, alright, now something needs to be done. On the other hand, as soon as you're done doing that thing and you're just drifting again, you are drifting again. Your mind lets go of everything. And of course, I reckon that will be different if we had combat purposes in mind. There'll be lots more to prepare and to check, but yeah, for now with this internal construction build, smooth sailing. Yeah, I do have a bit of high hopes, so let's talk about that. Early on when I inherited the station, I kinda didn't knew what to do with it, especially since the commodity of sunrise flowers was, in my perception, kinda limited to Teladi space only. And the more I traveled around, the more I got the impression this is not something exotic, what I'm producing or what my family was involved in. And at the same time, indeed, the market was not really favored towards sunrise flowers. I kept seeing such low profit margins and such rare opportunities to get it low. It was just like completely overshadowed for a few months with Nostrop oil production. Nostrop oil was just going at a 2-time, 3-time rate almost, in my perception, or as I recall it. And maybe even a 4x return. So it was much easier to focus on that. But again, there was also a thing that was going on system wide. So a static object like a station just did not work right. I believe while I used it as a fixed selling point and a storage station as well. But at that time, I don't know, hard to reflect, because compared to what I know now and back then, I don't think even the commodity was set up completely properly, maybe perhaps. So I have to kind of watch back to see if that's the case. So that was back to nomadic trade, and actually only recently, I would say, I don't know, last 10 episodes, no, maybe 20-ish, but definitely not more. The fleet grew so big that I just like needed place. I needed a place to store ships. So the first real necessity for the station came. So there we went, expanding landing pads, adding a new 3-pier dock. So that kind of worked for us, allowed me to, you know, work on the fleet, move elements, and have a safe harbor. And slowly then came into the picture more the mining, more the steadier trade. Like if your scope now expands to more than just Nostrop oil, the station comes again handy as a temporary storage, you name it. So yeah, it kind of feels that there has been this journey to learn in-game, episode by episode, what is the station gonna do for me, and what is its role gonna be in this playthrough. And in the meantime, I've come to discover, I've come to learn that, right, the whole economy is interwoven. So the ships that are being printed come from the same materials that are being flown around, traded and sold. So you name that all, and you understand now suddenly where assets come in. Because why limit yourself to only buying and selling when you can start producing them? So basically that is where I'm kind of seeing the station and the task purpose and the fleet developing towards. To kind of not be bothered anymore by chasing the lowest deal, by flying through galaxies where we come under attack, but actually to acquire resources, to recycle resources and produce things that we can sell off that add value. And with the galaxy, the dynamics at the moment, I do think there is a huge market, because I know I've been saying this so many times, it looks like so many factions, they're just currently throwing money, you know, at each other to see who's gonna be hurt the most by the coins flying around. But there is hardly much strategy going on. There's a lack of coordination, there's a lack of stability, and I think I might be that underdog. And I'm saying I, but I mean all of us might be the underdogs. We are flying under the radar, we are not in the picture, but we are growing steadily, slowly, focused, steady. So what I hope is that that leads to a solid chain of producing, sourcing, then branching out towards specialized operations, right? When I have a full separate attack fleet, well then, you know, I don't care what the system is gonna be like. We'll just knock on the door, identify, and walk straight in. And do our thing, and call it a day.
Awaiting orders.
So that's what I believe in, right? Always been that old school guy. You acquire something, you cherish it, you learn how it works, and you use it for what it's meant for. And by scaling that into being the stable factor in the Taladi economy, which I can't do that overnight, right? I can't be that. It all comes down to creating the infrastructure. It all comes down to understanding the markets and the factions and the politics. And at the moment, well, I have a half decent view about what ships and stations do. But to say I'm your man for some specialized construction of a station or some complicated operation in hostile territory, nah. I still need to work on that episode by episode.
Awaiting orders.
That's even if our species survive, right? I mean, like I do see attacks occurring also in other systems, right? So, but if we get focused on too much, what in my experience is already happening with these xenon attacks, then I don't know. So also that is a fact, right? I'm not trying to blindly push my agenda through. No, I'm actually trying to be in touch with the universe reality. Is it gonna be feasible what I'm dreaming of? Is it gonna be morally sound? Am I gonna, you know, die with a healthy conscience one day? And also about discovering your place, right, in the universe, because all the dead caskets and the photos on the walls of missing crew, dead crew, does not prove that I know things and I am in control of everything. Nor have the money to make it all happen. So that's good news. Prepared to dock?
Docking permission granted.
Bring us into dock. Confirmed.
Good work, Hill. I recognize that ship. So that means we are next to our construction point. There's the build station. Yeah, imagine putting a campaign in, spending a year developing some strategy only to come across some Taladi officer and one mission, and a few hours later he already done everything and you're screwed and you spent millions and millions on a plan that now is obsolete. Congratulations, you've been so out of touch. Oh. So that is also another reason why I don't wage too much war against the enemies. Mainly the Xenon and the car, but I know I can't replace my ships at the same rate if they die, so no, it's I'm only set to lose more if I let my emotions go and go full kamikaze after every pilot loss. I need to take my time till I think we reach that point where materials don't matter and we just produce ships ourselves on the fly when we need to. Then it will be a different kind of situation, if needed at all, because who knows, maybe things happen in the universe and the Xen and the car get dealt with before we need to step into the picture one day. Alright, take a second reading on all of the logs. I know it's not your problem, Hill, but we need to one day get at the bottom of why these ships sometimes keep glitching into docking ports. But yeah, now is not the time to run any debugs or go through the logs. Alright, telemetrics work. Go, transfer. Initiated. Let's check up on the carrier. Should be docking next then. It still has a full hold. That's standing by. Most of the operators are chillaxed. One gunboat sticking out of it. Probably on deck. A few more actually.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Okay, I need you to, just in case, make some room for him as well. Let's keep your flight pad actually completely out of the picture. Cool. Yeah, we might be doing silly stuff again here. Appears to be. Yeah, bad luck never comes once, right, Hill? Take your time. I hope we manage to brake before glitching in all of each other. Let's have the traders separate as well.
Awaiting orders.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the situation is now resolving more than it did before. Most. Great, we are gonna collide anyhow. In the end, I think this might unglitch us even faster though. If they start bouncing around and warping around each other, they'll probably get released, triggered to release sooner than the staticness. There's a lot of ship-to-ship penetration today going on for one session. First that Albatross, now my own utility ship. The carrier's having quite a day. Mm, let's have the compactor move up a bit as well. The other ships as well, they'll follow. Comes back with all of the goods, all of the products. So excited, ready to build that station. Right, in the meantime, let's have the Albatross, which I completely forgot. So move over. At least that mistake is now also rectified. I am gonna prepare a new cup of coffee. I think the moment is here for me to do so. So I also suggest, if you are watching, go have a stretch, go have a drink, grab something to snack on, do your thing, and we'll speak again when the Albatross is there. Then I will check up on the situation. Alright, speak to you in a bit.
Awaiting orders.
So on the good side, all the 3 ships are empty. On the bad side, we're still glitching. But I do think we then therefore can start with the construction of the station. Yeah, let's set it up.
Awaiting orders.
Thank you so much. Can't believe I still haven't given you a proper name. You built already 3 stations for me. So sorry. Severe negligence on my part. Oh, should have enough of everything. So let's assign a builder. So that mistake has now been rectified as well today. Hold on to that. Right, so I would say the clock will start running soon. That will be probably the time to switch to live stream, because now it will probably switch over to random ships. Exactly. So, we can, however, kind of perceive it from the builder for now. Right. Excited, guys, excited. Once that station is up in the air, kind of course gonna glance on it and appreciate what we've built, and then probably set it up for business. But one thing at a time. Let's have the builder move into position. Let's have the station started to be constructed, and then we'll see as time passes. Wow. That's how things are done when all the materials are in stock. Boom. Aha, no station manager acquired yet, or I don't know. Yeah, still no manager acquired. Let's view it.
Awaiting orders.
Probably I have to switch back. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so now more modules are being completed. Therefore, I need to check how are we on parts? Because did I just deliver first part, or was that everything for what we needed? So far, I think indeed this is a total build, so it should encompass all the materials. So now 9 minutes. Check. Well, we still should be
Awaiting
able
orders.
to view it. Why are all the tugs reporting in? Check. Nice. Right, I'll be quiet now.
Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders.
orders.
Good.
Well, 1 minute to go. That took a bit longer than 5 minutes, did it? I forgot a bit how much effort these things cost, right? Proud of the team, proud of the team. Professionals at work. They know the drill by now. Station is 93% online. No incidents so far. No faulty numbers at work. Lovely. So, production module, energy cell production. That's worthwhile having a look at. Yeah, so only the energy cell production, check. One, two, three, four. So let's have them for now come over and dock up with me. Okay. Might there be not a pilot in there? Actually, there is. One of them is going. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe they got deselected while I was scrolling up or something like that. Check. No, because their order was already noted here. So it was wrong to assume that. Still. Got some strange glitches going on today. Oh, he is pulling also. He's pulling something, but I don't think he's actually moving it. Quickly work on them. Remove all orders and assignments. So they're static now. Do a flight towards here. Okay. Remove this assignment, remove this assignment, remove this assignment, remove this assignment, remove this assignment. Now let's have you dock up at... You know what? Just fly out, if that's amazing possible. Or the other ship went, right? So dock and wait. No, he's not having it. And I might know what's going on. Give me a sec. Follow until further notice. And we got movement. Yeah. What I think I forgot today as well is that this ship probably does not have... It has docking capacity. I don't know, like, things like this happen. Not too fussed about it. You can actually notice I'm more intrigued of how to break it, how to break the current command that they're stuck on. But yeah, this works for me. I consider it broken. At least they get there, and then later on I can just simply ask them to dock with the station, or if they refuse, we'll just immediately put them to work. Whatever they want today. So back to the station. There's still 7 minutes on the clock. Beautiful, I like it already. Yeah, also with this design, I was looking at the small docking pads. Excuse me. I was looking at the small docking pads. I chose these ones specifically. They're cleared of all kinds of obstructions such as walls or buildings, so they're just like flat surfaces. Since we again have a bit of a landing spot in between objects, I figured that might help. Also different than the design at Hewa Twin 1. As you can see, the pier is pointing in a different direction.
Please hold.
So basically,
Scanning your cargo hold.
though the main path of approach is the same for all ships probably, at the end the bigger ships will be forced to break off and really adjust their trajectory. We all know they take like a wide circle. They don't just fly straight to the point and then use the other thrusters to flip around the ship. No, they simulate actually as if they're in atmosphere. It's crazy. But yeah, I'll figure because they do that, maybe that will create some favorable traffic around the station. But to be honest, so hard to predict how the AI behaves. The more easier solution would be to really separate the docking pads by distance. But I'm not really keen on spending that much money on structures just to separate for now. It's a small station, it has serves a small purpose. For now, it does not even have a station manager, so yeah, I figure that's why I kind of went with a compact design. It's still a test bed as well. Who knows, maybe something doesn't add up and we want to move or relocate anyhow, so these materials are quite expensive to just leave them here, so if needs be we'll strip it down and carry it to another location. But I don't think so. Even from this feed I can see in the distance wrecks, big ones as well, so I do think it'll be interesting to have both of the compactor division and the tugs, those guys working in tandem. And I actually think two will be perhaps not enough to meet the processing capabilities and the offloading, but at the same time I do not plan to set all the tugs to war. Pun intended. But yeah, I'm more interested in overall the rate of attrition will be causing in the system, right? Are we gonna dry fish the whole area, or are we good with one or two paths? We'll need to learn. Unfortunately, no quick maths here for me, not yet. It looks to be kinda completed. Yep. Yep. Right. Good. It has been a while. Let's call out the Matrushka. Nope, that's not happening today. Let's see. Where is the lead ship? Hewa Twin 1. Okay, it's here anyhow. Ah, I walked up to a small dock, bro. I need to think over my life. Right, Matrushka it is. I'm not taking this one.
Osprey, Vanguard.
Or... Not even sure, did I put medium docks on it? Quickly check. No, don't think so. Not quite. I think I actually do. Let's try it with our skid.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Osprey, Vanguard.
Let's see how this works out.
Osprey, Vanguard.
Sketchy. Love the confidence, Vegoras, love the confidence.
Please hold. We'll be scanning your cargo hold.
Yeah, like I said earlier, typical AI behavior. You could have just go straight towards the station and just level the ship out. No, you need to do this ILS approach like it's flight simulator. Whatever makes them happy, whatever rocks their boat. Would be impressive, right? To see a large ship overhead like that.
Osprey, Vanguard.
Of course, it depends always what kind of ship. Here I do think the mushroom-shaped Teladi ships are actually quite beautiful that way. Alright, thank you Vegaras. I'll speak to you a bit later. Need to put some things in work here.
Osprey, Vanguard.
So yeah, let's start with the outside. How far can I walk down the landing pad and what can I see? So this is the back side of the station. Below us should be the cargo holds, the solid storage. And this is the back end of one of the scrap processors. There's the other back end of the scrap processor. So I'm now moving towards the front part. And there we got the energy cell. And basically I'll stay on the top level, no need to go downwards. Yeah, if you kind of take this angle you should get a good view of all the activities going on in front of you. That's nice, that's really nice. I feel the station manager's either gonna drink lots of coffee outside or lots of smokes or both. Because this is nice, having a bit of a control tower feel to your work. So, let's start off by bringing in some of the assets that are near us. So we've got a few tugs. Now that's the compactor. And I think the forward one is... yeah, there it is. Right, that selects everything. Oh, no. What the? Right. I'm gonna stop guessing what's causing that. You can't dock over at the station. That explains a lot why the docking command did not work. It's a size medium. It's, right, in that light, I'll start off with acquiring a station manager. Wow, it feels like I haven't played a game for years. Of course, that's rubbish. Yeah, let's work on the station manager. So let's put the skill order to manager. Put that order. ADQ773, that should be either twin 1. Yeah. Q7. The ID of this station is YVA 8. It's kind of interesting that I suddenly have quite a number of people in a level 3 manager's capability. Where did all that skill came from? Just going over in my head if things are correct. Yeah, I don't have any other stations out at the moment. And the best available option is a service crew member, so that sticks out. Let's have him comms. No, let's promote him from this
Awaiting orders.
spot. So he's gonna fill up a YVA. As a manager. Now quickly go back and check if the tugs quickly go through the steps as usual. So follow ship. Bump that order for now. You are clean. Clean. It's so clean. Let's have you separate. Let's grab one of you guys. Yeah, that's a more fitting name.
Awaiting orders.
Automatic buy amount. Yeah, I'm kind of forced to have a look at this. Or not, because there is no account. He has no money to start buying it. But still, therefore, maybe I should just take care of it so nothing happens by accident. Cells, you know, nothing should happen because he simply does not have the money to operate. So, okay, I'll take a look at that just a tad later. Actually, you know what modus operandi should be? That you first cover your station. So energy cells, let's have a look. Modules waiting for storage. Excuse me? Figure that out as we go. So raw scrap. Automatic buy mount. Price now to lowest possible. And we'll use that's funny. That one is set to probably only acquiring from own sources. Trying to go over that command in my own head. Yeah, I have the trust. I have the trust for now. So we'll be only buying from our own people. Workforce, not important. Station account, I'm gonna keep that empty for a bit. And indeed, raw scrap is turned into scrap metal. Check. And scrap metal. I wanna go 50-50 on it. So totally 1,000. Such. And we'll pay, of course, nothing because we'll only accept from. No, wait. We'll do automatic pricing because we're selling, and the trade rule will be we are selling to everyone for now. So the default setting. I did not make any specific profiles for this station because guess what? It's exactly what I'm doing right now. Going through the process, setting everything up. So, as a reminder to myself, do this a bit later on. Check. For the rest, we're not selling. Yeah, I want to keep it as minimal as possible. I'm only for now interested in acquiring, sourcing, obtaining, working. Okay. Okay, so let's start off with one tug. Salvage for commander. Alright, what's the setup I've got at sunrise? Alpha group are miners. Beta group are traders. So alpha group is basically sources. So I'll do the same here. The salvages are sourcing the salvage. So you will be in alpha. I still have the tug selected. Let's double check. Salvage for commander in alpha. Perfect. And now the most important phase starts. Observing. So interesting to note, the station does not have a budget. So I'm very interested if the pilot is gonna slap on the brakes or if he's truly gonna deliver. Because that will learn me something about the price profiling when you set that up. I find it always conflicting because when I introduce the restriction of I'm only acquiring from my own people, I'm very surprised that I'm still dealing with the price, right? Then again, I have to learn yet if putting a ship under the command as a subordinate overrules that. So basically that tug becomes not a trader but like a true subordinate. Because it looks right now, he's still delivering, but I don't see the beam. Oh, he's probably, let's see. Auto salvage. Yeah, now he's looking around. And let's see, I should have some results on the station data. Not quite sure, but we're here to learn. So I don't get any indication if a plant is operating. So I have another trick up my sleeve. Because obviously we can go outside and have a look if one of the two furnaces is active or something like that. It's the backside. Yeah, I need to travel all the way in front. Yeah, no visualization on that for now. There's a huge stop sign on one. And there's a lack of a stop sign on the other. So I think the delivery went well for 99%. I can kind of confirm that. So for me now, it is interesting to see how quickly does the tug find another piece to deliver. And if so, is he faced with seeing and realizing that one of the processors is still in operation and therefore not accepting loads? Right, so I think I'm at a good position. Let's switch over to the subordinate. Whoa, That's not what I expected him to do. He's literally going to another system. So I am gonna look at the second tug to make it this process of observing going a bit easier and faster now. So you'll join Alpha and I'll be monitoring you. Okay. Okay, one is still obstructed. So hard to gauge if he's done or not. Why I was so surprised to see that other tug jump the system was because that probably means that those scrap cubes that we had earlier around the Teuton, I believe, these must have probably either despawned or they're outside radar range, either one of the two, but that was interesting to note. Yeah, so the left is still in operation. The right one is gonna get filled up. So I'll be curious to see if this tug is also gonna jump a system. The doors are open. Okay, interesting. Collect salvage. Hewa twin one. Yeah, I should also rename them. But it looks like he is going towards a gate. So that's ridiculous, guys. Come on. Yeah, you know what? This is also good news in a way, because that means probably I did not waste too much money buying 5 or 4 tugs. I think one of them died jumping out of avarice. So what I'll do is have you also join up. We'll simply see how the pressure and the load compares, because the more they actually go out jumping, that means I'm not dry fishing, right? So this is actually proper straight up good news. So what I do think is, since we're already approaching, we're going into the direction of like 4 or 5 hours, mentioned earlier as well, today is not the day I can stretch it out. I have a project tomorrow, gotta get up early on a motorcycle, gotta get through the call, so need to prep for that. But what I think is really, really interesting at the moment is see how the flow, the chain of logistics, all these scrap parts coming in and needing to be processed, how big that is. Are we gonna have 5 thugs, you know, waiting half an hour each every time before they can deliver their scrap? So that also might mean I might be looking towards the prospect of starting to scale this operation. And acquiring even maybe more tugs. Because he's already, let's see, delivering, right? Yeah, let's have a look at him. Yeah, he's hauling. Yeah, yeah. Like, I can't predict what the AI will do, but obviously once I do see what the AI does, it's not hard to see exactly. We need to scale quick. Yeah. But it's a good start because this might kind of be the reason. No, yes, no, yes, no, no. Because Hewa Twin 1, of course, is a different station manager. They're not associated with each other, so the ships will not kind of mingle in between. So yeah, it will be more handy if I focus next session on scrapping that part over at Hewa Twin 1. Reconfigure the build here in Hewa Twin 5. And then spend some time on acquiring the particular resources and then come back and have that operation we have going right here scaled ASAP. Yeah, because if I also now gonna start employing the compactor, I don't think there's a need for it. We first need to kind of feel how often these thugs can, you know, stay going. But at a certain point, if they're just living off different systems, you know, that's fine for me. The compactor should then be put to work somewhere else. Right, so they're definitely just waiting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. basic electronics, advanced electronics 36. Yeah, and this also has given me some good information about the trade UI and probably the difference there in subordinating a ship. Yeah. Let's for instance check. So raw scrap is definitely filling up. That's no lie, right? So he's accepting. The station is accepting. At the same time, if I go to budget, see, we're operating 0. So we're not paying anything. There is no internal accounting going on, except for registration of course, received numbers. So that is good. That is good to understand. Because that basically means that I can actually then create a standing order that I can actually call no buy. That's actually what it means. So the station will be acquiring goods because it has ships subordinated to it. But when I open up the trade UI and I want to make correct buy and sell setups, it's much easier to have your command called no buy, and you know exactly that it means you're not buying from other parties, but your subordinates are ignored, right? So that's quite a critical thing to understand when dealing with that UI. That had me for a while. I kind of never understood how I should interpret it, but yeah, messing with this station I learn now. Man, these processors take up some time, do they? Can I check that somehow? Yeah, except, oh, of course, what am I doing? Yeah, all is registered. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so basically what this means is no buy, and that's I have that called Eva Twin 1 because that was exactly the point. I did not quite understand what it mean. But this does, funny enough, exclude your subordinates. Am I perceiving that right? Yeah, because again, I'm not paying. I don't have a dime. So it's indeed wow, man, so minimal. You do have to know the system in your head by heart. You have to learn it by heart how it works. Love it, love it. Wouldn't want to have it any other way. The moment one ship disappears, I know 100% that that's going on. Because again, the station has 0 on its account. 0. So how could it fulfill a trade, what this is basically, a buy offer, when it has no money to do so? So that means exclusion of subordinates. And then once I have that in my head, I can rename that standing order into no buy, because for other parties that's exactly what it means. No buy. I'm not buying. Wow, learned so much again today. Long time coming, but there we are. Yeah, I see this problem here. Returning to this, we obviously need container storages because energy cells are container goods. Earlier this episode you kind of saw me double checking, right, with scrap. I was looking at, I see solids are being built. Is that correct? I kind of trusted myself, but the more minutes went by I started doubting and have a look like, yeah, okay, no, yeah. I went to the encyclopedia and indeed, scrap is solid. But obviously energy cells are container goods. There you go. You screwed your design up. Oh no, it's not that bad. Right, let me double check how much time do we have. We're sitting literally on 15 minutes. Guys, I'm gonna make the responsible decision and call it quits for today. Think all has been said and it's clear what I have to do. So I am happy again that I took the attention, the time and the dedication to be involved with the construction process itself. I do not take the game and the systems in there to do it all remotely for granted. I truly want to learn how things tick, because everything I learn right now again is gonna follow up in future episodes. Once I understand how stations set themselves up, how procedures work, imagine the damage I can inflict on the enemy, right? Knowledge is power. So one step at a time, and having the passion to ask why is this happening. So yeah, next episode I'll be readjusting the design of the station for sure. Do we have, yeah, we don't have a crew over here. But I'll be readjusting the design of the station we're here now operating at. And go out on a bit of a more beautiful scenery. You know what's weird? If these ships travel all the way, why is he having so much difficulties acquiring scrap? The other guys traveled somewhere here. Well, again, we're gonna look into that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna readjust the station design for sure. I think First thing, I will match up to 5, and then I'll simply let some time run. Right, like I need to figure out if this route that they're on at the moment, of the route, if that's coincidental, because there have been some skirmishes and some ships have been blown up. The 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 um, the amount dies out, or if this is something consistent they're flying towards. So we can also gauge that next time. We can just look at the feed and see what's happening, and base further decisions on that. So um, yeah, just had this thought. I think the most logical would be to first have 5 of them and then stop. So we have equal 5 ducks, 5 those things, scrap processors. Once we establish what the source is, where the scrap is coming from, we can determine if it's a coincidental and temporarily source, or if it's a fixed source that will serve us for some time. And only then can I go on to the next step and say, right, that's a temporary source, it's gonna dry out. So I'm gonna put the compactor to work in this system. By the time that system is dry fished, the thugs can then be put to work because the compactor starts working, right? So that might be option one, how it plays out. The other option might be that's a fixed source, and that gives me an opportunity to learn how come a level 3 manager manages to send his subordinates all the way out and to acquire raw scrap, or get the job done. That's what I'm paying for. And while my level 4 station manager is just sitting there and having the stuck pilot wondering his life choices at the moment, probably. But that also might be some scripting errors again on my part. So I think learning from this experience will unravel if there is a difference in station manager, if there is a difference in setting up the trade protocols. So yeah, it'll be interesting, no doubt. I already think it might be because maybe one of the systems is filtered out, because of course this station, brand new, it has no restrictions running. So also that in due time. Yeah. Man, it definitely sounds like I will be here for a few more episodes. But nevertheless, again, this is just a few episodes I'm investing, and then, it'll be easy to leave it be. And it's just, again, passive income and another door opening up towards learning what more we can manufacture, source, and produce, and start helping our own system out a bit more. Right, guys. Um, Thank you so much for your viewership as always. Um, I would like to come back a bit quick for my steady viewers and kind of go back to that thing I mentioned about we're now going into December, and winter, it's depending on where you live, it's really flowing through. Like, man, I can definitely feel that this episode, I'm kind of like still affected by it. I'm still adjusting. So, like I said, it felt like I haven't played the game for years, right? Like basic stuff, so much things went wrong today, but luckily I know kind of the arithmetic. I have my checklist in my head, so once I'm suddenly kind of blacking out and like what, then at least I can always refer to my arithmetic and get that situation a bit back under control. So that happened today. I had a bit of difficulty, of course, sliding in because I think 2 or 3 episodes were pre-recorded, so I have a bit of a gap, like 2 3 weeks, but usually that's not a thing. Usually I'm so like full of it that I know into detail where I am in the playthrough. But again, kind of readjusting to the change in seasons. Um, I found it a bit hard today to be on that queue. So no worries there, right? So all is good. I'm looking forward tomorrow for the project and the job I'm doing, and after that, will be some time again for me to relax. Because also before this job, I had a major week. It was only working, sleeping up to like only 5 hours a day, and then for a straight week, right? That's how we roll. That's how we get things done in my industry. Um, I love it. So yeah, that also had me kind of wear it down. Um, and after being sick on that previous job, I also got sick again with the flu. So man, I've been through some bumpies. Let's say small bumpies. But just seeing how I deal with coming back into such complicated games, and using my arithmetic to ground again with where I'm at, what's going on, and always trusting, like, I always am very conscious in my decisions. So when I boot back, I always know I left things there for a reason. Even if they're idle, then that means that they did something there. So I kind of know my cues to pick pieces back up, and today has been a great episode in that. Seeing the station come online, um, well within cost control range, well within, most errors that I made were design errors. So the lack of container storage is one of them. The lack of foresight that, I have 5 tugs. Maybe it's just wise from the start to have 5. But yeah, that's arguable as well, because maybe one would have worked and the rest, I could have built in other stations. So why waste those materials, right? But yeah, so I feel once I'm back again adjusted to the seasons, uh, I'll be good. I'll be definitely good, definitely good. Yeah, let's leave it at that, guys. So I wish you all the best for upcoming days and weeks. I am gonna make a save here. 25. Yes. And enjoy some downtime, then go to bed. And I arrived at dawn, which will be in the dark. Also looking forward to that, because that will be on a motorcycle, and I love to ride on my motorcycle. But yeah, I'm gonna need to prep some more stuff. My gloves, my heated gloves, that kind of stuff. Yeah, underwear for thermal underwear. Jazz. I said thermal underwear, but it's actually just like not underwear, but like under your wear. So it's in between the clothes and the underwear. Right. And you. Yeah, has been a good session. Love it. Man, love this game. No instant gratification. You just have to deal with what you started. I started this. Now I'll have to finish it. Right, guys. Love you so much. Love you so much. Bye bye. Bye.